and welcome to the return of the Buckle Bomb Show, a live stream spectacular for SummerSlam 2022. I am your host, Bobby. I'm so happy to be here, back, talking wrestling, doing a live show here with you. Our regular show will be returning shortly. We'll get more into that later. I'm here, as always, with my broadcast partner, Tony. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, buddy. How's it going? I'm glad to be back. Finally, the Buckle Bomb Show has come back to YouTube.
Yes, absolutely. So excited to be doing this with you. We weren't going to do it, and you're kind of like egging me on a little bit yesterday. Like, so we're gonna do a live show tomorrow. We're gonna do a live show tomorrow. I'm like, yeah, why not? I think I got everything set up. And sure enough, I was up until 3 a.m. getting graphics ready because I can't just do the normal Buckle Bomb Show stuff. I got to make it special, and then we have audio problems because I had to work all day today, so I couldn't use the day to really make sure we were set up. So, all right, here we are, about 11 minutes late, but it is what it is.
It is what it is, but nonetheless, thank you for all the hard work that you put in for making the Buckle Bomb Show doable for us. But every now and then, it takes the beast advocate, you know. It takes a Paul Heyman-esque character, if you will, to just plant those seeds to make things happen.
All right, we got Ian Tube HD in the comments section. He says, "Who's ready for Edge? Edge and Bray." I know. I think it's pretty confident Edge is going to be returning tonight, right? I mean, he was probably supposed to return on Raw, but they've been playing those vignettes, and did they play one on Raw this week? I don't remember one.
They did play one on Raw this week, but if you watch the It Begins Again videos, they heavily hint to the fact that it is, in fact, Edge and Bray. And
Really?
if that happens, you're going to see this full-grown, big, sexy-looking sumbitch fangirl out like a 12-year-old at a BTS concert.
I mean, that would be a way, because it's certainly the whole Edge turn and Judgment Day and leading that faction. You know, when they did what they did with Finn Balor, you could certainly say that failed for Edge. That would be a way to turn it around. Bring Bray back and team them together. Ian Tubes said Edge, Bray, and Alexa.
Alexa's right. Well, then again, no, I did just see an interview, or it was an Instagram post that Alexa Bliss had made, where she's in limbo right now. They don't really know what to do with her character, but it's Alexa Bliss. You can't go wrong with putting her on television. She's going to get eyes. She is a definite favorite amongst the WWE universe.
Yeah.
But there is a part where she said herself where Lexi is not interesting. But Alexa, in any form, that's money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think, I mean, certainly, there's our boy Titus. Certainly, you know, Alexa had just kind of gotten away from the whole Bray Wyatt Fiend gimmick that she kind of got saddled with and was kind of weird on her, especially without the Fiend around. She still has the doll, but I think that's more for merch purposes than anything else. She's just kind of carrying that around, and it's in her video packages and stuff. But, I mean, do you want to put her back with, if the Fiend or if Bray Wyatt does return, do you put them back together as baby faces with Edge?
They don't have to be baby faces. You know what the WWE has been missing since the late 90s, early 2000s? An anti-hero character. Think about it. Stone Cold Steve Austin, for what he was never a heel or a face. He was stuck. His hands were rated E for everybody. The WWE needs characters like that again, especially with what I think is going to happen after this pay-per-view starting Monday. We're going to officially be in the triad era, what I lovingly call Steph, Hunter, and Nick. It's going to be heading into a more adult direction within the next couple months. We all know that. Which, even though, granted, they are heading for that more TV-14 feel, it would make more sense to start a faction with Edge, Bray, and Alexa than it would to have Edge come back with the Rated R Superstar gimmick with the recent climate and implications with WWE. And again, characters a little tone death. So, what a better time to kind of make like a Brood-esque kind of stable that, let's face it, Judgment Day's not working. Rhea Ripley needs to be on her own. She needs to be her own superstar. Finn Balor. Let the Demon come out to play again. Let Finn be the NXT Finn that we all romanticized when he was coming in from Bullet Club. And Damian Priest, even though you haven't seen it in WWE and Ring of Honor, that was a bad son of a bitch. Let him go back to being Punishment Martinez, as he alluded to in the promo in Tampa. Not saying calling him Punishment Martinez again. Oh, look, here's the promo again.
Yeah. I think Judgment Day isn't dead yet. I think you can still, make it work if it gets booked better. I unlike you, I want to see Finn Balor continue to be a heel. I want him, and bringing the Demon into that, I think would really work well. But I think, Finn Balor's just kind of been this white meat babyface for so long that he's and people love him. He's great, but he's kind of gotten stale.
I'm coming tonight.
Yep. All right.
And to your point, you're correct, because we disagree on what's really popular within professional wrestling. I'm a believer that Bullet Club is, at that time, was one of the biggest things in pro wrestling. And you are on the side of they're more of a niche kind of group. Where it goes a little sideways for me, and where it's tying into agreeing with what you're saying about Finn. Remember, Bullet Club was never face. They were heels running roughshod across Ring of Honor and New Japan. And that is, in my opinion, when Finn did his best work. Granted, NXT was amazing and all that, the run he had there. And he hasn't been the same Finn Balor since he took the buckle bomb from Seth Rollins. He kind of got put to the wayside after that.
Yeah.
If you get him back as a heel demon character that's running roughshod, especially with a new regime running WWE, because we all knew, let's make no grand illusions or anything, Finn was never going to be the guy. He didn't have the size, and we all know if you don't have the size, Vince isn't going to run with you. That's why we're getting that's why we're getting Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns for the 800th time.
All right, so Ian Tube said a little bit more. He said a possible Bayley or Charlotte return, which, sure, absolutely. We know for sure Bayley's been down in over here in Orlando training at the PC a little bit, getting back into ring shape. And then he also
just showed Ring of Honor footage.
He also said, well, they've worked with Ring of Honor for quite a while, even though, technically Ring of Honor is part of AEW now. Ian Tube also says, imagine Cody returns early, which is something you've sort of pie in the sky said to me yesterday in a text message. But realistically, there's no way.
Well,
maybe as an on-screen character, but not actually wrestling.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't know if you listen to Busted Open Radio or not. But
you know what? I've heard such good things about it, and I hear clips here and there, but I've never actually sat down and listened to the whole thing.
Their podcast is on every podcast medium. I highly suggest you listen to it, because they have a lot of good opinion that you don't normally think about, you and me being just fans. But you get the perspective from the performers, from the promoters. But with that said, a couple weeks ago was Dave LaGreca, the main host of Busted Open's birthday bash. And they had a bunch of people come on, wish him happy birthday. And one of those people was Cody Rhodes. One thing Cody brought up was they were refusing to give him a timeline for return, the doctors, because they know Cody will rush the return. He said himself, he's looking for every way to kind of avoid being off camera for as long as possible, because in his opinion, being off camera makes you forgettable. Somebody like Cody Rhodes, I don't know how you forget. I mean, that neck tattoo's a dead standout. But I could see him coming back tonight as some sort of like on-screen antagonist that's going to start playing mind games maybe with Seth Rollins, because we haven't seen the last of that rivalry.
Right. Here, I'm going to do something real quick. I'm going to turn off that, Tony, just so you're aware, and I want you to be able to see the chat here with me. So I'm going to share my screen here that has the chat docked. And so are you seeing my full OBS screen there?
Yeah, but it's very tiny. I would just turn YouTube on my phone.
Okay. All right.
And that way I can see the chat myself. I love interacting with people, and the more people watching this and interacting with us, the happier I am.
Yeah. All right, there we go. I think your video is frozen, though, now, because I'm an idiot. No. Hold on. I think me doing that screwed everything up, possibly. Still got your audio, though. And while we're saying that, Ian Tube also said, now he's just going insane. He's saying, or Kenny Omega makes his WWE debut against Seth.
Well, to be fair, what did I say? I highly believe that there is a possibility that there could be a working relationship.
Here, let me, it might be on my end, your frozen screen, so let me turn off your incoming video and turn it back on. There we go, you're good.
Hey, welcome back, Cotter. I love the trolling for the sake of the troll, though. Oh, fuck, I'm frozen again.
You're frozen again, huh? I think that's because I tried minimizing you, so let me not minimize you and just... Alright, there we go. Boom.
Hey.
Alright, all good, back to normal. Alright, so back to Kenny Omega making his WWE debut tonight.
I think it's a pipe dream. You and me had a conversation in private that kind of relates to this.
Mm-hmm.
I put my fantasy booker hat on, and last night I booked a Jon Moxley appearance at SummerSlam.
Yeah, no. Look, if one were to bring out his action figures and his WWE action figures and his AEW action figures and a ring, and we could fantasy book a whole lot of stuff, and it'd be really fun. But just put on 2K22, but with the community creations. But yeah, I mean, maybe I still don't see any day in which there's a real crossover between on-screen crossover on WWE TV between AEW and WWE. Maybe there's something that benefits the WWE at one point to have some sort of crossover on AEW TV, something small, but nothing that's going to be not some big showdown or tournament or anything like that, or even a Forbidden Door type pay-per-view. Ian Tube says, do you think Dominic is turning heel on his father tonight?
There's a lot of speculation about that.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I would love to see Dominic kind of branch off onto his own, maybe not joining Judgment Day, but turning his back on Ray.
You think he's ready for that?
Absolutely. I mean, look, you got, again, completely different, but in the same sense, all the same. Look at everything Hook's accomplishing right now in AEW.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Hook is the perfect example of a second generation, green as baby shit, but over as hell. And I think it's time for Dominic to do something like that. Think about the history of SummerSlam and Dominic. Okay, this is where the custody ladder match happened. There is history at SummerSlam to have the seeds of deceit with Ray already, and with Rhea wearing the "I'm Your Poppy" shirt on Raw last week.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a little bit of a subliminal hit.
We were just talking about Judgment Day, and they're kind of flailing about right now after the Edge beatdown, and of course I was like, they're not dead yet. You could still do something with it, but do you want to risk putting Dominic in that group right now, turning him heel, putting him in that group that maybe doesn't have the brightest future?
Well, there's ways to turn him heel without having him join Judgment Day.
Sure.
He could just walk out of the match on his dad, and now you have a whole new storyline going into Clash at the Castle or whatever the next pay-per-view or premium live event after this may be, and lead to a program with Ray versus Dominic. I mean, Ray's been on record many times saying that he wants his last match to be against Dominic. Let's face it, Ray's not getting any younger.
Yeah.
Do you want to ride off into the sunset with your chin held high? Or, and I hate saying this because The Undertaker is my favorite of all time, do you want to do a couple crown jewels that taint your legacy?
I don't know. I don't know if I would split Ray and Dominic up just yet. But we'll see. They've obviously been teasing it, and a lot of people are expecting it, but I think the swerve might be that it doesn't happen. So many people are expecting it. I don't know. We'll see. Ian Tube just commented again, at WrestleMania 39, I want to see Roman versus Rock. Loser acknowledges the winner.
And I like that.
I think everyone wants that, yeah.
That's going to be a great coordination for Roman. Let's face it, the next time you see The Rock in the ring is probably going to be the last time you see The Rock in the ring. He's really too Hollywood for WWE at this point. I mean, and the dude's plate is so full.
Yeah.
You have your Disney deal, you have your UFC deal with his Project Rock and Under Armour deal. He's now the co-owner of the XFL. That guy has so many plates spinning at once.
He's one of the hardest workers in entertainment. So
without a shadow of a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And, perfect example of that being Young Rock. I mean, one of the greatest shows on television right now, for my opinion. I mean, hell, the character work of just the actors they get to play these wrestlers. Granted, the dude who played The Undertaker was a little but you're not going to get a dude that's the same size and look as The Undertaker. We proven that at SummerSlam 93, I believe, when they did Undertaker versus Undertaker, and the fake Undertaker looked nothing like him.
All right, here we go. We're getting started here with the opening signature for the WWE. Yeah, Roman and Rock obviously is something we hope happens. Obviously, with the Rock schedule, it's certainly WWE would have probably done it last year or the year before if they could have. But
oh, that's good. That's good. Ooh. All right, this is gonna be one of them nights.
All right.
No, but you're absolutely right, especially with The Rock being in the DC cinematic universe now. I mean, and not just as one character either. He has an animated movie where he's playing Superdog that looks fucking hilarious coming out.
Yeah, it's actually, I've heard a lot of good things about that movie. Like he's one of the few true box office draws that are left in movies. Like you don't get a lot of people. Like there's Tom Cruise, kind of, but it's really The Rock as far as a name that brings people out to the theater. You don't get that a lot. It's IP that brings people out to the theater, not necessarily actors anymore. Rock's one of the rare exceptions to that. Ian Tube says, did y'all hear WrestleMania 40 is in Philadelphia? I did, and that's exciting. I think that's a great place for WrestleMania, including a WrestleMania 40 on the East Coast, in kind of the edges of the old WWF territory, up there in the Northeast. Not quite New York, which, a 40-year anniversary. Maybe you want to do New York, but hey, why not? Philadelphia is a good place, I think, for that.
I'm going to disagree with you on that. When Vince Jr. took over, the headquarters for WWE was not in Stamford, Connecticut. It was based out, if I'm not mistaken, Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Yes. Well, and at one point, I mean, technically it started in Washington, D.C. as well. Well, it kind of came out of Capital Wrestling, which kind of fell apart, and then Vince Sr. created in 1962, he created the Worldwide Wrestling Federation, which I think very early on was in D.C. and then eventually Pennsylvania, yeah. But New York is the WWF. That's the New York territory. It's the Northeast. So that's the city you think of when you think WWF. So
I'm also very biased on this as an Eagles fan. Okay.
Yeah.
Lincoln Financial Field is a beautiful stadium. And there's a lot of history there.
Of course,
maybe we had Jason Kelsey as a guest for it. Maybe he wrestles Otis. I'd love to see that match.
Oh goodness. And I'm sure the old bingo hall that was once known as the ECW Arena will have a few shows going on that weekend too, which could be fun.
It's for that reason alone that I actually I spoke to Kelly about this briefly when they announced it. And there is a small chance we take the pilgrimage just because I know you think it's outlaw mud show wrestling, but GCW runs amazing shows during WrestleMania weekend. I got the privilege to go to a couple of them when WrestleMania was here in Tampa 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. But to see what they'll do at the 4300 Arena there in Philadelphia, deep in the heart, I'm getting chicken skin right now just thinking about it.
Speaking of animal skin, look at that leopard print on Corey Graves right there.
You think Carmella picked that out for him?
Are we starting with Becky Lynch? All right.
This may be the one. Boy. Lady Gaga.
Ian Tube says, I hope Brock wins tonight, so at Clash of the Castle is a 36 rematch, WrestleMania 36 rematch with Brock Lesnar and Drew McIntyre. I would rather it stay on Roman Reigns, and I've been saying for how many months now, this is our first show back in a couple of months, and way back in March and April, or no, April and May, I was talking about how I think the plan is to get the Clash of the Castle with Roman and Drew. I think that's the ultimate plan, to sell out that cast. I mean, Brock and Drew would certainly be a huge match too, and it could sell out a stadium. But I think Roman is the bigger match because it hasn't been seen before, at least not with the current version of Roman.
I think that they gave a little wink and a nod to the possibility of it happening on SmackDown. Man, it puts me in such a weird spot because I used to be that guy that was really, really sick of Brock Lesnar. Especially after that bullshit that happened at Money in the Bank a few years back, where he's the one that ran up the ladder and he wasn't even in the match and took the briefcase. Although we did get Boombox Brock out of that, and I thought that was entertaining as hell. But this current run with Brock, dude, Cowboy Brock has grown on me. So it does put me in a very awkward spot. And I'm with the Ian Tube on this. I hope Brock does win so we get that, big time feel. But I feel like we are discounting the wild card in this. That is, Austin Theory is about to be a throwaway champion.
I like, by the way, this sort of minimal stage here.
Yes.
Because they've always gone, they've gotten to this point where they just go way too big with the stages. And I like this sort of old school, it's not WrestleMania. You don't need a huge stage. That's what I've liked about the last few Royal Rumbles that weren't in the Thunderdome. They were in baseball stadiums, and they would be coming out of the dugout, and that was always a nice look. And I like that this isn't some huge stage, which allows them, theoretically, to fill out the stadium more, though I don't know if this is a sellout.
No.
But, and Ian Tube says pretty confidently that Drew is going to take the titles at Clash of the Castle.
It would make sense.
He's
the UK representative at a UK show.
Yeah.
You don't have a choice.
Yeah, but that's also where you can get some big heat for, especially if Roman is still the title holder going into that match. You
but
have him cheat to go over Drew in the UK. I mean, that's some major heat, and then from there we're starting to get into, we're building up towards the end of the year and then getting into the Royal Rumble. I want Roman to keep the title at least through WrestleMania. If he's not facing The Rock, we don't need a Rock Roman title match. That'll be big on its own. We'll see. By that point, we'll have possibly returning Cody to talk about in the title picture too. So, but a lot of that depends on whether or not The Rock is going to work WrestleMania or not.
Now the thing of it is, though, and again, I feel like WWE is going to put themselves in a corner right now. They have the Money in the Bank briefcase on Austin Theory. The last couple cash-ins for Money in the Bank has been unsuccessful. You can't keep doing that because it's going to make the prestige of the cash-in tainted. So one would have to assume that Theory is going to have to go over whenever he cashes in. So let's say, maybe not tonight, Clash at the Castle, he will cash in on whoever is the winner of that match. And that's how you get your heat on whoever just cashed in Money in the Bank.
There you go. That's a way to look at it. And up until that time, Austin Theory will, for the most part, be getting his ass beat every night. Because at the end of the day, at some point, he's going to be holding that title up, or those titles up, with that briefcase. Ian says, tonight we're getting Becky versus Belair number 500. And he's not entirely wrong. Part of that is, of course, due to Sasha and Naomi leaving. So they had to go back to Becky being in the title picture scene. But I'm okay with it because they've been giving great matches, and it's a story that's long developed, going back to SummerSlam last year. So I'm not upset about it. And as long as they keep the matches fresh, which so far they've been doing. So what's your opinion on, yet another match? We talked about it with Roman and Brock, yet another match with Becky and Bianca.
I'm over it, dude. This is literally, for my opinion, and even with Logan Paul being on this card, this is a match that I was looking forward to the least because of this. And same way with Brock versus Roman, even though they add the element of last man standing. It's just, you see a match so many times, and this goes into the injuries that we've seen so often. The women's division right now is completely depleted. And on top of that, too, you have the issue that is, if your division's this depleted, why not unify the women's championships the way you did with the heavyweight championship? It makes sense. It's going to draw interest. It's going to open up the floodgates for who can challenge. But let's kind of, look at it with a glass half full perspective on this. I think after this match, we're going to get a Bailey appearance. I think
Okay.
maybe Big Time Bex goes over, and Bailey comes out, calls her on her bullshit, same way she did to Bianca last year at SummerSlam, and we're going to have an unexpected champion.
Okay. Ian says, do you think Ciampa is helping the Miz out tonight? I think so. You think he's going to make a run-in?
One would think, and if I'm putting my fantasy booker hat back on, I would like to see him be thwarted in helping the Miz.
So you want Logan Paul to go over?
Yes, but because he's going to have help from a returning Johnny Gargano.
You and your fantasy booking, I swear, man. No, I see the Miz going over in that match with the help of Ciampa, more than likely, or some other nefarious means. I mean, Logan Paul's got a contract. He's basically, I don't know if he's a WWE full-timer, but he's someone who's going to be around. So he doesn't need to be the celebrity that goes over. He can, Miz can get his heat on him a little bit here, and they can continue that story. And obviously, Miz is someone who they trust to work with celebrities like that a lot. And I think they're going to continue that story for a little bit longer. We'll see. So Becky's been working on that shoulder a lot all match, which I love the psychology. She's got her finisher there.
Yeah, but is Becky selling her shoulder, or did she really just tweak her shoulder? Because if so, that's not great for the division. And it goes into another conversation you and I had in private. Is it time that we discuss professional wrestling having an off-season?
With all the injuries, I mean, I don't know. I mean, when you talk about professional wrestling having an off-season, that's not a thing that can really, because you're going to have all these different companies. Should a particular company, should the WWE have an off-season?
I just mean wrestling in general, because when you think about the same issues happening in AEW right now, all the injuries and everything like that, maybe you work a deal where you just alternate times a year.
I mean, I don't see it ever happening, but I think they just need to be a little more, especially the WWE, and we can get into a little bit with the Vince change, stepping down, and the culture, and what CM Punk said, and all that stuff, and whether or not we can talk about the creative and whether or not that'll change, but the behind-the-scenes culture and the locker room culture from WWE, how is that going to change, and how is that going to be affected by everything that's happening right now? It's been talked about, hey, it's a little easier to get time off, especially if you're a star in WWE right now. You just ask. But, I would imagine there's still going to be a little bit of this person's asking for time off, really, right now? What, and then, next thing you know, they're getting buried on TV when they come back. So, yeah. I think the culture there needs to change. As much as I'm a fan of older wrestling and older style wrestling, I think that version, I think the behind the scenes still needs to get with the modern day a little bit more and be more, for lack of a better word, liberal and progressive, and become, if they need time off, or if they want time off, they should be able to get it without getting punished.
And I think we're going to get that, especially when you think about everything Triple H just went through.
Yeah.
And everything Stephanie just went through. I mean, her time off from the company was cut short for good reason. But nevertheless, that is what it is right now. And I think once you start looking at being afraid of losing your spot, I mean, you know what I talk about constantly. Mental health awareness is something that's huge and really needs to be talked about. And, you know, I get some really horrible shit said to me on a daily basis through social media. Now, imagine what these professional wrestlers go through on a daily basis, having a following that's 4 or 5 times what I have. So I just couldn't fucking imagine. I feel for these people, but they deserve that time off because, yeah, we see these characters on television and it's okay to boo who you want to boo and cheer who you want to cheer. But again, at the end of the day, Alexa Bliss, perfect example. Alexa's a character. Lexi's a person.
Yeah. Well, that's one of my problems. Like we talk about Cornette and how my feelings on professional wrestling are very similar to Jim Cornette's, but at the same time, the way he attacks people and the way he will go after people on his podcast, I do not like at all because he's attacking people. He's not attacking the way Joey Janela did this thing, or the way Kenny Omega did this thing. He's got nicknames for people and he attacks people's characters. And that's unnecessary. You can hate the wrestling all you want, the actual in-ring product, the characters, the way things are being portrayed, but once you start attacking the people doing it, you're taking it way too far.
Absolutely. And everyone's in the chat right now. Feel free to interact, send us questions, get involved in the conversation.
Yeah, we got a few people watching. Ian Tube's been hogging up the chat and asking all his questions, and I'm happy he is. But, I always have a few more people in there asking us stuff and being a part of the conversation. Please. Give us things to talk about. We'll be here for a little while.
Well, there's something I did want to bring up since we're here.
This has been a good match so far, by the way, but yeah.
It really has. Which... Is she gonna pull this off?
I like that. The arm, she couldn't lift her up because of the arm. Oh.
Oh. That was impressive.
Yeah, she's grabbing her shoulder too, but that looks more like a selling grab, not a maybe.
I don't know. Watch when she moves her shoulder if they showed it on replay.
Yeah.
There's looks like something's off with that shoulder when she moves it.
All right, so what were you wanting to talk about? You said you wanted to bring something up?
We had this conversation again. This is another conversation we had in private about the CM Punk comments.
Right.
And go ahead, just let everybody know what you thought he was talking about, and then I'll go with what I've interpreted it as. And after I said this to you, after our conversation, there was something else that I thought of that I wanted to bring up involving that. So your thoughts on the CM Punk comments were?
Well, for anyone that doesn't know, CM Punk, in the last couple of days, there was a little interview with him. I think it was probably from Comic-Con or no, probably somewhere in Nashville. Who knows?
Real quick, before we get into this, Ian Tube has asked, do you think Heyman siding with Brock tonight? Not a prayer. Ride that bloodline gravy train for everything it's worth, Heyman.
I agree. I think Heyman stays with Roman Reigns tonight with the bloodline. But yeah, Punk had a little interview out there where he was asked by a podcast whether or not what he thought was going to change with WWE now that Vince is gone, and he basically said he doesn't think anything is going to change. He talked about how Mercedes and Trinity, when they left, Sasha and Naomi, when they left, and how they ragged on them on TV. They did the same thing when Punk left, and he qualified it already. He's like, well, obviously, when Brock dipped out on SmackDown the other week when Vince first left, and yeah, sure, he ended up coming back and being a part of the show, but where was the announcement? Where was the announcement that Brock, was being selfish and disappointing all the fans? So, and whether or not, to me, he was talking about whether or not the culture behind the scenes could really change it. It wasn't really about in front of the camera and the creative and all that. It was about the culture behind the scenes, whether or not, we're going to have a better locker room and whether the boys and the girls are going to get treated better. But you took it a slightly different way. What did you think he meant?
Well, real quick, in regards to the whole Brock thing, that's not fair, in my opinion. Brock still made the show.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
So that's the difference in that. But what I interpreted,
but though I do think if he didn't come back, I don't think they would have touched on it.
He had every right that they should have bragged. They should have rode him into the ground. That's just my opinion. If you're fair is fair. It's no longer rules for thee and not for me. Treat Brock the same way you treated Punk and Naomi and Sasha.
Yeah.
I took it as you have a culture backstage that breeds fakeness. And I hate to say this because she's one of my favorite women, Saraya. You know what she went through with the leak of the sex tape and the objectification of her when she was the Paige character on WWE television. So for her to just come out straight up and be like, thank you, Vince, thank you. I understand thanking people because without Vince McMahon, let's face it, there is no wrestling that we watch today. At least not to the level where it's at.
Yeah.
But do you still give someone their flowers when they're accused of doing something so heinous? And WWE in particular has a huge glaring black eye when it comes to the history of this. First thing that comes to mind is Pat Patterson. We don't talk about the Ring Boy scandal.
Yeah.
And to me, that's absolutely fucking repugnant. And Pat Patterson should be dealt with the way you deal with a dog that spit a child. But in the same token, Chris Jericho, yes, he acknowledged what Chris Benoit did was wrong, but trying to keep the spirit of Chris Benoit alive, if you believe that Chris Benoit did what they say he did, which recently I'm kind of in a weird camp where, I don't know, there's some shady stuff there.
There we go.
But I think it was culture and holding people accountable.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with that entirely. Ian Tube says he thinks the bloodline is falling apart tonight. I vehemently disagree with that. I think
they're gaining a member tonight.
I don't think you break them up at all. I think you definitely keep that train rolling. Even if Roman loses tonight, I think you keep that train rolling. We'll see whether or not the Usos, if the Usos lose their titles earlier in the show, that might be a sign of things coming later. We'll see.
And that is where I put my fantasy booker cap back on and tell you what happens when that does take place. Sikaleo comes out and just fucking annihilates the Usos.
All right, pretty darn good opening match there.
There's also a rumor that Jonathan Fatu from MLW potentially signed a deal with WWE. It was something that was a little bit of a scuttlebutt, nothing anybody could prove.
Well, he's in town. He's got a match tomorrow night, what many people consider the semi or the sort of co-main event of the Flair's last match pay-per-view tomorrow night. Is Becky really going to shake hands? What's going to happen here?
Which we're going to get into that. I'm going to be a bawling mess by the end of tomorrow night, I have a feeling. Why is the referee trying to talk her out of shaking hands with Bianca?
Right. Okay. All right.
Where's Bailey?
Oh, we're in. Oh. She is leaving. Where's Becky going?
Yeah, Becky's not just selling, dude.
Yeah, even right there, she's in the pin. She's
Yeah.
grabbing her shoulder.
That's why she hugged her, because Becky's about to be off TV for another 9 months. Uh-oh.
There you go. You're right. You were right.
Yep, Tamina, that's another good call. God, Bayley just looks better and better every time she's on TV. I don't know what the hell's up with those pants, but I will ignore the hell out of them. Right now, all of our friends who are cargo bros are super jealous.
Right?
Bianca's not stupid enough to do what she did last year. There's the Scott Hall tribute. Love it. You know, until you said something, I wasn't registering her theme music, because when I think Bayley, I still think about the wacky inflatable arm wailing tube man.
Right.
Bayley. God, she just got more cake than a Baskin Robbins. It's incredible.
Whoa, what?
Who the fuck? Dakota Kai? Holy shit.
All right. Dakota Kai and Bayley teaming up?
Maybe.
Is this why Becky Lynch was just kind of sauntering around the timekeeper? Are they supposed to, now that Becky Lynch has an injured shoulder, Becky Lynch and Bianca was going to team up here to go against Bayley and Dakota?
Maybe.
Are we truly doing a face turn for Becky Lynch? Assuming she's not actually hurt?
Maybe.
Oh, wait, someone else? Io Shirai.
Wow. What is this, like the new Four Horsewomen? I'm so damn confused, yet so intrigued right now.
Yeah. Do you think Natalya is getting involved in Ronda versus Liv? Ian Tube asks.
Potentially.
I don't know. Maybe that's the way you get out of it if you want Ronda to still be strong but keep the title on Liv. I guess there's a possibility there.
All right, yeah, just let it be them three. Don't look. We're going to NXT. I don't want to hear Nikita Lyons. I don't want to hear Mandy right now. Just keep them in NXT so I could be within getting their sweat on me distance.
At least through September, right?
Yeah. Let them come in around, with Survivor Series. This is the weirdest faction that I didn't know I needed.
Yeah. What I tell you, here's Becky. Or is she going to turn and stay heel and join and make it a foursome?
Maybe.
Though, I mean, Becky is a baby face, which the last time she was one of the biggest stars of the last decade. So, the man character. So, we can get
One of
Becky
the
back to
biggest
that.
draws in wrestling.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
This is definitely intriguing. I could buy Cena screwing Theory out of the United States title.
I don't know about screwing him out of the briefcase, though. I don't think that's the thing that'll happen.
Yeah.
WWE shop.
Which, by the way, I don't know if any of you out there in YouTube land has been to a WWE event lately. But let me just vent while this commercial's on.
Oh, yeah.
About the most bullshit thing I've ever experienced in my life. Me and Bobby went to Raw in Tampa, and they don't have the stands anymore. You have to buy everything through a damn QR code on your phone. And good goddamn luck getting that merchandise at any point in time throughout the night, or even having anything in your size. It's the dumbest damn thing I've ever seen in my life, and it's my biggest beef with WWE right
I mean, Amalie Arena, has a perfect spot right there in Thunder Alley for where they used to set up the truck all the time for you to get your merch going into the. And people, by the way, it's not like you even had to have a ticket to the show. You could just buy your merch, even if you were just sitting outside of the stadium or happen to be walking by channel side. It was great. And now it looked like somewhere there was some place set up, but it was nowhere near where we were.
Yeah, and I even looked around, dude. I couldn't find shit.
Yeah.
They got Jelly Roll to make an exclusive song for SummerSlam. And they're still using the same stupid-ass Jason Aldean song. Jesus Christ. All right, this is the next match.
They got Ciampa in the picture there, so he's going to be a part of this match. Like, as in coming out with The Miz, perhaps, as like a manager type. So we'll see.
So Ian Tube is saying that he went to WrestleMania this year and AT&T Stadium is cash only. That's interesting.
Wow. I mean, it was kind of the opposite for us. It was because you could only buy through online. Or then go to a pickup spot somewhere.
And look, I'm not going to lie. Logan Paul absolutely impressed the hell out of me in that match.
Yeah. I mean, the guy's a big athlete for sure, and he's got a good look. I mean, and he obviously worked hard at getting decent in the ring for that match, and he's, from what everyone says, all the scuttlebutt, he's continued to work pretty hard. So,
yeah. And during training, they had to see something in him, or else this wouldn't be a storyline right now.
Yeah.
Intube HD has been to 2 WrestleManias in a row. Are you looking for a WrestleMania buddy?
Yeah.
In exchange, we can make you the honorary third man.
So that means he was here in Tampa for WrestleMania as well.
Yes.
He says
I love
maybe
how
to your. Ian said maybe to having a WrestleMania buddy.
I hate how staged this segment was to the fact where Miz was wearing a "Hello, I have massive ball" shirt on underneath the shirt. A wild hurricane appears. Like to figure this one out. I had these headphones on a charger all day and they just died.
Who was that? That was obviously Maurice. Never mind. So Ciampa, Maurice, and the Miz with her big swinging balls in her hand.
Kind of hit out Ciampa's color coordinating with the Miz. Something I know. Listen, the dude for like the last
are they gonna
3 years,
are they gonna Damian Sandow Ciampa?
Shut the fuck up! Don't you even speak that into existence. For the last 3 years, this guy has had arguably the best theme song in all of WWE, and now you have him as a Miz lackey on the main roster. Oh, Ian lives in Florida. Who knows? Maybe Miz does have massive balls. Let me call up Maurice. No, what's that card that Miz has around his neck?
I guess according to Corey Graves, it's a Polaroid of from WrestleMania when he gave them the skull crushing finale.
Yeah. I'm happy to see what gym Logan Paul picked when he played Pokemon Go.
One of one.
I'm about to print that shit out tonight. Man, he's looking. He put on some shred for this.
Corey Graves gets ragged on a lot. I like Corey Graves.
I do too.
I'm not going to say everything he says is great, but I think he's underrated.
I would like to see him come out of retirement for a couple more matches now that he's cleared.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I gotta imagine, but maybe, does he really want that? I would imagine so, but then again, he's got a nice niche here at commentary. Maybe
he's the number one guy on Raw.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely correct. That was something we brought up when it looked like Becky was injured. All world titles should be unified at this point.
Yeah, I always want that. I do think we should have a secondary title for the women though too, like an intercontinental type for
That
women.
is one thing that AEW has done right.
So if you're not going to do that, then I don't have that big of a problem keeping the women's world titles separate. I would prefer them unified and then having a minor title, but
Well, there's the women's tag team championship.
oh really? Is there?
I think it's on NXT right now.
No, that was the NXT tag team titles.
Oh, I thought that those. Oh, well then I've been wrong. Because I remember originally the women's titles were supposed to be across all three brands.
Yeah, no, those are the NXT tag titles that what's her name threw hers in the trash and they split them up and all that's been going on. Yeah, those aren't the tag titles that Sasha and Naomi.
Gigi Dolan and what the hell's her name? What do y'all think about Gunther and Ludwig Kaiser? I think that they are screwing that up so much. He should only be getting the chops when he messes up, not when he does something right. He shouldn't even be getting them chops at random. Very bizarre storyline they're doing there.
Yeah.
Listen, it still blows my mind that Gigi Dolan is in any form of WWE at all. Darby Allin's wife. That's why she took the name Gigi in WWE. Because their names are a play on Gigi Allen.
Right.
And she rose to prominence for literally ripping a tampon out of herself mid-match and stuffing it in her opponent's mouth. So, yeah, do what you will with that information. Go ahead and Google it.
I'm good. I hope that was gimmick somehow, please.
Listen, wrestling was in a weird state then. There was a guy that was suplexing people with his cock. Everything was weird, okay?
What do you think about Gunther and Ludwig Kaiser? I really like them. Obviously, as long as they keep building him up, Gunther needs to be the monster. He looks great. He's lost weight. I'm really excited to see where they go with him. Keep building him up. I like that there's tension with how Gunther treats Kaiser. Hopefully that doesn't lead to anything too soon. You can really build that up, I think, and do almost a similar MJF. Oh my God, why am I blanking on his name right now? One of the biggest stars in AEW right now because of that storyline. He was under MJF's employee and then literally Wardlow, yes. Obviously, Kaiser is not Wardlow's size, but you could do a similar story. You could build it up over a long time. You know, hopefully they've teased some frustrations between Kaiser and Gunther. Hopefully they don't break them up too soon. They keep them together for a long while. NXT Live in Cocoa Beach, nice. How was it, Ian? We're going to NXT Live in Tampa in September, and we're really excited to have a more up close and in person show like that. How was it, Ian?
Wow. Man, they were selling that like Paul was legit hurt.
All right.
The year's 2022 and Sylvester Stallone is still making movies.
I haven't seen that trailer. I heard it. I've heard it's really good though, so I will have to check out. It's Samaritan. Is the name of the movie?
Yeah, I'd never even heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard that trailer looked really good, so I'll have to check it out.
Ian Tube said it was good. The main event was Wesley
Logan
and Solo
Paul
Sikoa.
doing a figure 4 on the weekend of
Nice.
Ric Flair's last match.
Ian Tube said it was good. The main event was Wesley and Solo Sikoa versus Jordan Devlin and what looked like Commander Aziz.
Ha. That's the thing. When we go, you're going to have to, because I'm not as up to date on some of the, especially the lower level NXT people, you're going to have to point out who people are to me.
Absolutely. I would actually really like to see Jordan Devlin in action. That's one of Finn Balor's proteges.
Do you think we see anybody that's still kind of in training out on these live shows? You know, maybe an opening match with, say, a Simone Johnson or...
That would be really cool to see, and I could believe that's something that's very possible.
You know, because at some point you want to start getting those people out in front of crowds. So you put them at NXT live shows.
It's my understanding she's already wrestling NXT live shows, so...
Well, there you go. Oh, wait, yeah. Didn't I hear something about her having a WWE name now? I feel like I just saw a news thing about that.
Yeah, it was received very poorly.
I'm not surprised there. But then again, any name can be typically. Sometimes you just get used to it and you realize it's not that bad. But
Well, that was the last episode of Young Rock. That was a pivotal part of the storyline when The Rock was trying to come up with his ring name. And everybody had an input. Everybody wanted him to be a certain thing.
Champ is
The
getting
Wild
thrown
Samoans
out.
wanted him to be the Wild Samoan.
Ciampa got thrown out.
Thank God. If I have to look at a cut-ass watermelon for another 15 minutes.
There's nothing wrong with those trunks. I like the colors. Come on.
That's not Tommaso Ciampa. He was literally the psychopath. He used to have this crazy-ass mask and everything.
Whoa, all right.
I've never seen this before. Uh-oh.
I think you're a tad behind me because I got that music cue a little bit before I saw the realization on your face.
Out the crowd.
All right. I can definitely get behind an AJ Ciampa feud.
I can too. These people are getting a little bit more than they bargained for. Phenomenal forearm. Yeah, a rematch between Pat McAfee and Adam Cole would be awesome, but unfortunately, I
Yeah.
think that ship has sailed.
Yeah, me too.
Unless Adam Cole's in AEW right now, seeing that his boy Triple H is running the show in WWE now.
Yeah.
It's like the meme of Wolverine staring at the picture of Jean Grey. This is the reason why we need the Spanish announcers table back, because if this move goes off, they now have to do another 5 hours without a doubt.
But he just ripped out all the cords, so even if the table doesn't go, they gotta plug everything back in. And this isn't gonna work, is it?
No, not a fucking prayer. Unless he's about to Shane O'Mac himself.
Why is he ripping off?
The hell?
I think it's just so he has better footing, maybe.
Maybe. Or the visual of him throwing something at Maurice.
Damn, that was a hell of a frog splash. Oh my god.
Holy shit! Wow! Whoa! God damn. Listen, after that, I don't care what anybody says. You can no longer say anything bad about Logan Paul in professional wrestling. That is what For the Love of the Game looks like.
And that was definitely so that he didn't slip, that little bit of foam on the turnbuckle. Turn around. Oh, Maurice is...
Look, this is an East Coast town, Nashville, Tennessee. They're about as humid as Florida gets. You can see they're sweating like motherfuckers right now. I'm sure them boots are wet as hell.
Yeah.
Skull Crusher finale.
All right. Logan Paul went over.
I like that match. I'm a big fan of that match.
Yeah, it was good. It was fun. Really
Miz
loved
versus MJF.
I think the best part were Ciampa's tights.
Yeah. Of course you did. But Ian Tube saying he wants to see Miz versus MJF. That has a potential to be a very intriguing storyline. That could be another start off as a protege turn into a full-blown rivalry kind of deal.
Yeah, that could be huge.
More interesting is the history between Cody and MJF. I mean, for Christ's sakes, let us not forget, MJF tried to feed Pharaoh chocolate, all right? Knowing full goddamn well that would kill that dog. All right, what's up, Triple H?
All right, 2 matches in. I think 2 pretty good matches so far.
That definitely far exceeded my expectations.
For all our talk in text yesterday about why the heck would they drop the Rollins Riddle match if Riddle's not actually legitimately hurt? I still think it was a weird thing to do, but in putting together, I forgot a thing, but in putting together this thing that I haven't been using up here, but there were 8 matches on this card without Riddle and Rollins. So
let it breathe a little bit, give it more time.
yeah. And I don't know that there's any other maybe Theory and Lashley, but I don't think you want to get rid of them either. So, you know.
But to me, though, that match has the least amount of intrigue. But for the long-term storytelling of this show, you need it. Ian Tube is talking about seeing Miz versus Bray one more time. Honestly, I'd have to go back and watch it because I don't really remember that feud.
Me either. I mean, look, I'm sure it was excellent on the mic. All right, I'm going to step away real
While
quick.
Dave Bautista appears.
I'll be right back. Yeah.
They got a Dana White interview going on right now. Jesus Christ, the biggest dud gimmick in WWE right now. What the shit? I'm going to be very candid with our audience right now. It's segments like that to make me embarrassed to be a wrestling fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did hear that. You just missed out on the most what the fuck segment I've ever seen in my life.
What happened? What'd I miss?
They had Maximum Male Models
Oh boy.
pimping Pure Life Water by having the weirdest goddamn splash battle I've ever seen in my life.
You know, I think I saw pictures from that or something earlier today from Mace on Twitter. Was it like a at a beach or something, or a pool party or
No,
something?
he was backstage.
Oh,
He
was
was
it
just
backstage? So it wasn't.
backstage.
It wasn't what I thought.
And you mean Massey and Menaceur?
Oh, is that how they're pronouncing it then? Or?
Yeah. Don't forget them umlauts, man. I'm also going to step away for 1 second.
All right.
Hold the fort down, big dog.
Mm-hmm. Ian, you like Lashley being U.S. champ? I do too. I do too. Lashley is obviously a big star. He's a huge guy. Great heel. He's been a decent babyface. I don't know. I think you can put the title back on Lashley tonight. I think I agree with you there. I think Lashley can end up on top with the U.S. title tonight because Theory's got that briefcase, and again, Theory can take a lot of shit because at the end he's gonna cash in that briefcase and probably be carrying the titles at some point. So it doesn't matter how shitty he looks. At some point, he's going to be holding the titles, and he'll be strong no matter what. So I mean, they're not going to completely shit on him, but I think Lashley does win this match. We'll see. Oh, Edge and McIntyre would be great, of course. Um, I mean, Edge is one of those older stars that was gone for a while and comes back. There's so many pairings with all these new stars that, of course, you want to put them with. And, of course, AJ was top of the list, which we got. Um, and so, yeah, seeing Edge with Drew McIntyre, that would be great. Absolutely. Though we'll have to see exactly what kind of role. He dropped the briefcase. We'll have to see exactly what kind of role Edge has when he makes his return at some point tonight. One more promo before Edge comes out. I can see that them doing another tease. It'll be interesting what context he comes out in and when he comes out. Is it going to be during a match? Is it going to be during the Mysterio's Judgment Day match? That's probably the most likely scenario. We'll see. Or at least afterwards. I don't know.
Just burnt the shit out of my hand.
My roommate had he got some Uber Eats, I guess, from a Cosmic Wings, one of those wing joints that have been popping up as like little delivery places out of kitchens, out of like Chili's has a decent one. Or I think this is Applebee's.
Yeah, that's is Cosmic Wings the one that has the
Cheetos dusted.
The Cheetos. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's I always seen him like, oh, that sounds interesting, and he got some wings and some boneless wings, and he gave me the rest of his boneless wings here. They're not bad. They're not bad. I mean, it's kind of.
I'm gonna try this little setup. Can you still hear me in the mic?
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. Now I don't have to hold the mic.
So me and Ian here were talking. He was talking about how he likes Lashley being the U.S. champ, and I agree with him. I think Lashley actually comes away with the title in this match for the same reason we talked about earlier. I think there's not a whole lot of reason to make Theory look super strong. I'm not saying you have to completely crap on him, but again, he's got that briefcase no matter what at the end of the day. And at some point, somewhere down the line, he's going to be holding those titles up more than likely from that briefcase. So you don't have to super push him and put him over as much as you normally would when he's got that briefcase.
Yeah. The other reason why I like Bobby Lashley holding the U.S. title so much, and if you've listened to the Buckle Bomb show or watched any of our episodes in the past, you know how I feel about the way WWE treats these secondary titles. And if you have somebody like Bobby Lashley holding one of them, you're not going to not put Bobby Lashley on television.
Agreed. Well, and the same thing with Theory. Like, I think the U.S. title's been in a decent spot here lately. And I've been on this thing since WrestleMania when they unified the titles. This will be the one thing, and I still don't see it too much. You got Gunther is the IC title holder right now, right? And that's you know he's a rising star and someone everyone believes in. So just because you've got Roman Reigns with the world title, and there's only one now, you know, those belts had to be brought up to a certain degree, especially Roman being gone so much. Yeah. And they've pushed the tag team titles too, which is great. Great to see the tag titles getting such a big rub too. And we might see more of now that Vince is gone, because we know Vince doesn't like tag teams all that much.
And now arguably one of the guys who was running the company laid his claim to fame being in a tag team. Arguably.
I think when DX was at its biggest, it was more of a faction. Well, I mean, I guess Shawn and Hunter, but even then, even before, when it was just Shawn, Hunter, and Chyna, before Shawn got hurt, you know, they were a tag team, certainly, but they weren't a tag team. They were more of a faction that, you know, wrestled. They were always out for the other's singles match and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, You know, they certainly got Theory looking strong throughout this match. Big power slam, though. Lashley versus Gunther at Survivor Series. I would love that. That would be a great match. I can get behind that.
Wow.
There it is.
That
Ian, we were right.
That was a case of self-preservation right there. I just want Brock versus Lashley so bad.
Lashley versus Gunther at Survivor Series, but I don't think they're going to do U.S. title versus Intercontinental title, so that's probably not going to happen. But I would love to see those two in the ring together for sure.
Well, no. That's normally what they go to when it comes to the Survivor Series lately.
I mean, it used to be like the bragging rights pay-per-view and stuff like that, but they've been doing that at Survivor Series. I know they've had Raw versus SmackDown teams, but
AJ versus Brock was a Survivor Series match.
all right.
No, those kids actually got WrestleMania tickets. I'm really interested in this.
Oh yeah, he's been through a lot. Put himself through a lot. I gotta catch up. I haven't watched a lot of those. I've heard they've gotten good. So the first season wasn't great, from what I understand, but this
the first season was good. The first season was good. I will say I watched them all. From what I understood, it's more on Dark Side of the Ring levels this season.
All right. Rhea.
I was going to ask you about this. Did you see the Buddy Matthews tweet?
No.
Monday after Rhea and Aaliyah Mysterio faced off in a backstage segment, he sent out a tweet that said, "At SummerSlam, winner gets custody of me."
Uh,
Which
nice.
works because the storyline was he was with Mysterio in WWE. Real life, he's engaged to Rhea Ripley.
Yeah.
She definitely has to peg him, right? Just the height difference.
Oh, man. So that was crazy. I popped for that when I saw that. I was at the old Halloween Havoc costume that still had the rip in the mask from when Eddie Guerrero tried to rip it off.
It's such a fucking iconic outfit. The movie it was based on flopped like a motherfucker, but iconic nonetheless.
Ooh, Ian just brought up something. He says the Mirror and the Edge promo, because apparently there's another promo coming before Edge actually makes his appearance. At least there's word out there that there's going to be. And we saw that it said tonight, or it said soon before. Could it actually say, I'm here? And we get Bray Wyatt as a part of it too? That can make some sense, right?
Hold on a second. I just realized how Dominic's going to turn on Ray.
Oh, yeah?
He's going to be the third man of this revamped Brood Wyatt family. We're going to take this young boy, drag him to the depths of hell, strip him down of what he thinks makes him him by taking away the Mysterio name and turning him into a savage, satanic killer. Oh, they got to play on the Latino Heat Scarface shirts.
Mm-hmm.
And they're wearing LWO
LWO, yeah, I saw that, yep. Hell yeah.
Oh, I gotta get that fucking shirt.
Or let me in, yeah.
Big fan of Dominic's mullet, by the way. No, thinking about it, it's very new age Eddie Guerrero. Let's pimp a mech. Oh, it's on his mask. Okay.
Oh, jeez.
I was like, why the fuck are we talking about Mexican beer during this entrance? And then I saw the mask.
Oh, is that respectful to Lucha Libre culture right there? You're giving advertising space on the mask now?
We need to get Vampiro on the horn to figure this out.
Oh, no. I mean, technically, you're not in Mexico, so it doesn't matter. But there's an actual board that like keeps track of all that. Like even
Bill
Ray had to
Mortes
get.
would not be happy. I'm just gonna wait for somebody to fuck up and say Bray instead of Ray, and that's how you'll know what's happening.
And by the way, Victoria beer, I had it at the old Bobcats once. Not a fan.
Yeah.
It was fun because they first started getting it in shortly after a certain breakup.
Yeah. I remember that.
And I even posted a picture and said, a little bitter.
There is a small possibility when this is said and done with, depending on when it's said and done with, I might make the pilgrimage up there just because this is the last night that they're serving liquor.
Oh, yeah? Tonight?
Yep. Well, basically, this is going to be the last night that they're in business.
Yeah.
Take away the fucking liquor.
Yeah.
That place is done.
Who's bartending tonight?
Becca and DW.
Are they?
Yep.
It is Saturday. If I had any money, I'd come with you. I literally have no money right now.
Yeah. I'm not saying this for certain. I'm waiting to see what Kelly says when she gets off.
I mean,
We
it'll be the end of
very...
a legacy, even if the legacy is just in the name, really. It'll be the end of the legacy. I feel like I have to go, even if I have no money.
Yeah. Just pop in, take the ball cap off.
Right?
Fuck you. If you want to go up, I'll get you a shot and a beer.
I'm down.
All right.
I'm down. What if instead, Ian says, what if instead it's Veer Mahan instead of Bray with Edge? That could be interesting.
You know, the way tonight was spelled on that board, the N kind of had a little bit of a V vibe to it. So maybe. Is Bray on Twitter right now quoting a bunch of weird Old Testament scripture?
Nothing from Wyndham since the 21st. Oh, I thought he was going to go full Three Amigo on that. I don't recall the other guy's name on commentary. But he just said something really interesting. That part of the allure of Judgment Day is you don't know who's going to be joining next. Right.
You know what I hate about them doing with Rey Mysterio's mask in this more than anything?
What's that?
It's like hypothetically, 20, 30 years from now, we get a Dominic Mysterio showcase mode.
And they gotta blur out the mask.
Yeah.
It was weird in that showcase mode. There's one for I think it was a WrestleMania match against JBL.
Yeah.
And in the video, they've blurred out his shoes or his boots.
Yep.
I'm like, well, that's weird. And I went and I looked up his shoes, and there was nothing I could find.
Phase.
Huh?
Was that during his Adidas phase?
I think so. Yeah. But there was nothing. There was nothing about the shoes that said Adidas on it. It was just kind of a white stripe or whatever.
Yeah, but that's the infamous logo, though.
Yeah, but the shoes that he was wearing was literally in the game. They modeled the same. They didn't change the logo up on the shoe. It was literally in the game. I saw a picture of the shoe and looked at the 3D model of the shoe, and it was the same thing.
I didn't notice that.
Like,
Fucking Balor throwing them goddamn karate chops. Oh.
nice. Ray is still so smooth. Ray gonna trip him up. Yep.
Oh.
Ooh.
So is Rhea just forgetting her luggage more and more so she has to wear lingerie, or? The fuck?
Here we go. It's Brood music.
Look, if that is a WWE Shop.com shirt, I am buying that shit tonight. That looks so dope.
I like the red. I do like that red. That jacket is sweet.
Yeah, it is. God, I miss Pyro. Yep, that's an Edge shirt. That's so dope. So is this match no DQ?
No.
Because they ain't throwing it out with the Rhea Ripley thing. That's a.
Did it just end in a no contest, the match? I mean.
Oh! Dialing it up.
Ray was just a little short there.
So, you know that thing you said that you hate about AEW?
What's that?
It's a confusing clusterfuck. You never know what the
Yeah.
rules are. You don't know who's legal.
Yeah, no, that was terrible. There's no reason there should have been a pin there. There was interference. It should have been a DQ.
Does that mean Bray's not coming back?
Well, not as a part of this anyway. It's still babyface Edge though. Even if it's a broody.
Somewhere, somebody's gonna think that, like, you're gonna show this clip to like future generations, and you're gonna think that Edge's theme song was "Booyaka 619" by POD.
Oh. No Bray.
God. So next year when we get Edge's fucking showcase mode, they're gonna have to blur out Mysterio's mask. I want KO versus MJF in a promo competition.
Oh, did you see Pat McAfee got his WWE entrance music last night?
No.
They posted. I don't know if it was part of the show, if it was before the show. They just posted it online, but they posted Pat McAfee's entrance on Twitter last night, and he's got, because he had just been basically just using the AC/DC, SmackDown theme, but he actually
he had a theme in NXT too, though.
Huh?
He had a theme in NXT.
Well, they haven't been using it. They've just been using. There was his WrestleMania entrance, where they licensed music, and then they've been using AC/DC.
Here we go. Yeah, part of the same draft class for the Colts.
Yep.
I like how his screen is a play on the Pat McAfee show logo.
Yeah. It wasn't
But
though on his entrance the other day or last night.
by the way, I just want to throw this out there for everybody watching. To know how big Pat McAfee is in wrestling right now, they showed a picture of Pat McAfee on Twitter, and 15 minutes later showed a picture of Tom Brady on the same screen. And Pat McAfee got a bigger pop than Tampa's own quarterback, the GOAT, Tom Brady.
I still gonna kick out of Pat just laying
Him on
there.
the ground drinking the beer.
If you haven't seen it, it's a little short clip out that I made of our live stream of WrestleMania. It's by far the biggest video on the channel, at least since I've started. We started doing the Buckle Bomb show. It's hilarious. It's me and Tony reacting to the horrible stunner that Vince took, and then us busting up laughing at that little quick image of Pat chugging the beer while he's passed out on the floor. It's hilarious. It's great. Ian says, what if Bray interferes with Roman and Brock? I mean, maybe. If Bray's coming, it's just shit. But I don't think he's coming. I was never sold on Bray showing up to begin with, but we'll see.
I was, and all the wind has been taken out of my sails. I mean, let's be honest here. Is there a more likable human being on the face of the earth than Pat McAfee right now?
Yeah. I don't know if there is.
Because the best thing about Pat is he transcends WWE. He is just sports in general.
Yeah.
Showing up with his mugshot.
I didn't see the mugshot the first. Oh man, that's great.
Look, that's supposed to be a big deal. That motherfucker monetized the shit out of that picture.
Yeah.
I had one of those shirts that said allegedly on it. He has the greatest stand-up bit in the world about how it all went down.
Is this going to be the loudest pop of the night?
Corbin. Oh, for sure. Unless Bray Wyatt returns, this will be the loudest pop of the night. Is that a Colts logo, Corbin vest?
They are in Titans AFC South territory.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that had to be a little conflicting on whether or not Corbin should wear that.
No, it's not. He's the heel. You put him out there in Colts gear and.
The fucking Joker?
No, you hear what's set playing? Bum ass Corbin.
Yeah. It's a fucking choir.
Oh my god.
It's the Colts. It's the fucking Indianapolis Colts.
There's no way it's the Colts. Titans. That's not the Colts. What are you talking about? There's like old men in there.
Oh yeah, NXT he used 7 Nation Army.
Yeah. Okay.
I love how Pat McAfee comes to the ring looking like how your create a character starts out with in My Universe mode.
Oop, my stream just froze. Oop, it's back. All right.
King Pat. Let's just talk about how much Pat McAfee transcends for a second. This man's foot has cost the Titans more spots in the playoffs
Right.
than Baron Corbin's shit talking.
Oh wait, the
And
back
he's
the
still
back
the
of the
babyface.
back of McAfee's shirt says something. You know what? I guarantee you it's just like hashtag bum ass Corbin or something like that. But I saw
probably.
white lettering or something on the back of his tank top.
Come on, let's show what it says. I mean, I'm not going to argue with him on that.
So now you're a little ahead of me. My stream froze. All right. Yeah, it says bum ass Corbin. All right.
Yep.
Gabagool.
Super kick. Oh, fuck.
Oh damn! All right.
Here comes a tope suicida.
It there's a little insight there. It took me a second to catch up, but Corey was like, I liked you better when you weren't allowed to have an opinion. And Michael Cole said, that's changed. A lot's changed. Yeah, he doesn't have someone giving him his opinions in his ear.
Yeah.
At least, not the same guy to that degree.
Now, was that a work or was that a shoot, brother? I love how if you don't watch the Pat McAfee show, you have no idea who the fuck they're talking about.
Well, you probably know who AJ Hawk is, but
oh yeah.
But you have no idea why he's being brought up. Yeah. All right, Pat, you got to get a little smoother in there. You're running back to the ropes. Oh, nice.
That was very impressive.
All right.
I love how expressive Corey Graves' face is.
Yeah.
Like, he's selling all of this shit.
Yeah. Hey, a little bit of rule play there. I like that. He had to break up the count.
Yeah. So whose spray tan is rubbing off on his white shirt?
That happened really early. I saw that right away.
Yeah.
Oh!
Wow. That started off really shitty, turned into something really beautiful.
Made it work. I don't know how he stayed up there on his shins.
Corbin caught him.
Yeah. Still, I guess that tells you how strong Corbin is. They polished a turd. That's right, Ian, too. I wouldn't go so far as to call it a turd. That it never really had a chance to turn into one. They made it work.
Uh-oh. I just realized Pat was wearing ripped up jorts.
Yeah. Cutoffs. Oh, boy. Up, and he was thinking about taking off that top thing, too. Did you see that? But he didn't.
It's all rubbing on it.
Ooh. Oh.
He's just laying there like, what is my life?
Oh, man. He almost screwed that up, too.
He's an eighth Italian. Don't do it again, bro. Don't do it again.
Ugh. Oh, all right. Oh, there goes Charles.
Oh! Uprights.
Ooh. A little suck it.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. And again, Pat, he's such a star right now, even though he's not going to be wrestling a whole lot. You want to keep him looking strong, I think. Baron Corbin can absorb the loss. All right. It wasn't the smoothest in the world, but that looked good. Hey, could this be the match? Could this be his match back?
Oh, good point.
Corey and Pat?
Yeah, buddy. Is that a fucking Saudi Arabia reference?
Oh, I don't know.
I feel like I'm gonna have to rewatch this and pay closer attention to the commentary.
Yeah, we're talking
because I feel
over
like there's been a lot of inside jokes.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that explains a lot. Fanatics bought out WWE Shop.
Or they're working with them at least. A Fanatics experience. All right. I wonder
Dude,
how
that guy fucking owns everything.
How does that affect the merch payoffs? I wonder for the wrestlers.
I mean, there's still merch, jersey sales and shit for players.
Right. Ugh. Damn.
The weird thing is, I remember on the show I was talking about Clash at the Castle and thinking it was so far away, and now it's next month.
Yeah. Right?
That's not true. That is a bullshit statement, Corey Graves. '99 was the last Insurrection pay-per-view, I think.
What exactly was his claim? What did he say?
The Clash at the Castle is going to be the first premium live event in the UK since 1992.
He probably meant stadium show because that would be SummerSlam '92.
Yeah, Wembley.
That's probably what he meant, but yeah. For the first time ever. Are they actually going to make fun of that?
Is he on a fucking stage?
I think he is. Which
That little kid's life has just been made.
yeah.
So now that WWE has a partnership with ICW, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what theme song he comes out with. What's the song?
It's not going to be the one I want.
Nope.
Nope. Is there going to be any kind of allusion to his match tomorrow night, you think? I don't
I was going to say SummerSlam highlight of the night's going to be him laying out Ric Flair.
I don't think there's going to be a single mention of it. All right. So much fluff between matches.
This is where the Street Profits split.
You think so?
Angelo Dawkins is going to take the pinfall again. Montez Ford is going to be fed up with it and beat the shit out of him.
And I think Montez Ford's got a heck of a future as a singles star, too.
Which means Angelo's going to get Marty Jannetty'd.
Maybe. So we got the Titans cheerleaders out here, which means we got the baby faces coming out, right? You got the Profits coming out first.
If I'm not mistaken, Montez Ford's from Tennessee.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, so is Bianca Belair. They're doing the Devil J shot.
You forgot the Ian. You forgot the tag team match. You forgot this match was a match.
Why are they talking about Jesse Ventura?
I've been looking forward to this match because of Jeff Jarrett. I'm a big Jeff Jarrett fan, and him being in it, and of course everything that's going on this weekend with Ric Flair's last match, and I'm really looking forward to that tomorrow. A lot more than I thought I would. A lot more than I thought I would.
About to break my heart.
But I really hope he heals or something, right? He's kind of got to, right? It's in his hometown, the way WWE thinks about it. So, I don't know. But
well, how far away is this from the Flair grounds?
He's a big heel in the match tomorrow night. So, in the same town. We'll see.
Yeah, he's been a heel in every match he's worked outside of WWE the last year. So forgive me because I don't remember their names. But this latest iteration of the Usos has done wonders for the one that's not married to Naomi because it's let him come out of his shell a little bit more, I think.
Yeah.
Like, he used to be the forgotten one that was tucked away in the back when it came to Usos and promos and things like that.
I never really noticed or thought of either one of them that way because they've always been... Anytime I've seen them, they've always both been so loud and outspoken, and I don't know.
Why is Montez's jersey bedazzled, but Dawkins isn't?
All right.
Oh, why am I like... What the fuck is going on with my stream? 5!
Your stream fixed?
Yeah.
So does Tony, Ian. So does Tony.
What's that? Let me get back on the chat
He
here.
says he wants Bray to interfere in Roman Brock.
I'm torn on it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very torn. Not to promote somebody else's stream, but Cultaholics live stream is right underneath ours, and it's a picture of Seth and Bray.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. So who's getting hit with a guitar?
I didn't see a guitar out there. I don't know.
Oh, you know there's one out there somewhere.
Ric Flair interferes on behalf of the Street Profits.
Is Ric Flair gonna blade the night before his match on WWE TV?
It's hard way. It's hard way.
No. No, you know Jeff Jarrett's out here. It's WWE. You know someone's getting a guitar shot. And if you're watching right now, make sure jump in that chat. Ask us this question. Talk to us. We're paying attention to that thing. We want some feedback. Let us know what you think about what's going on tonight in SummerSlam. Nice. Nice and Seguri. Jeff on points with his counting skills.
So we know Jeff at least knows how to count to 5 in this match. Jesus Christ, let's just blow Montez Ford because he put on muscle mass. Oh, he ate a fucking steak and lifted a little bit more. Big fucking whoop.
Ooh!
Man, they were relying real heavy on this blockbuster tonight.
Well, that wasn't a blockbuster so much. Or was it a blockbuster? I thought he caught him
It was a
into a.
standing. It was a standing
Yeah.
blockbuster.
I looked at it wrong. I mean, I was looking at it as Uso pulling off, catching him into a suplex. But it was the other way around into a blockbuster. All right. There you go. Get the crowd wooing. That'll piss off Jeff, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of a quick count, but hey.
Is it weird that there's now a whole generation of WWE fans that doesn't remember the brightly colored Usos? I actually really, really like that move, the pounce into the suplex.
Yeah, that was nice. It's still a quick count. Oh, kick out. He even wants Jeff Jarrett to smash guitar over both the Usos. Hey.
Ugh.
And he's going to have to count higher than 5.
Was that 6? He can count to 7. Confirmed.
I like that. So many wrestlers these days will jump right into the pin so quick, kind of burying their own move when they know it's going to be a kick out. I like that he's like, oh, he was so hurt and he landed so far away that he didn't get the pin right away.
Yeah.
It helps keep your move over. Doesn't bury your move.
Did you hear that? It's because we're in Nashville, you can't count to 3.
Yeah.
I think we figured out who's getting the guitar.
Maybe. There we go.
What I tell you, Dawkins was going to take the pinfall again. They got to protect Montez because he's about to be their next breakout single star.
And that bears pretty well for... for the Bloodline finishing the night strong. All right, where's the guitar? I want a guitar. We got Jeff Jarrett out there. We need a guitar. Come on. You know what? I never really looked at that. They are wearing tennis shoes out there, aren't they?
Yeah.
The Usos. Oh, so the Profits for that matter.
Forever.
Huh?
Every match since forever.
I don't know how I never noticed that. Got some high tops too. Come on, no guitar. That's no fun. What's the point of having Jeff out there at all?
Charlotte promo.
Well, we know she is in Nashville. I would
Yeah,
imagine.
they alluded to that uh, during the "To Be the Man" podcast.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Saw that Bully Ray and The Rock said some pretty touching things to Rick during his roast last night.
I saw Rick's Instagram post of The Rock's video message and sending one in, but it was just a picture. I didn't see what it was, or I didn't see any of it.
Yeah,
Eventually,
Bully
clips
Ray.
will show up online, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it went.
Bully Ray got up on stage and he's like, "I'm not roasting Ric Flair. If it wasn't for this man, I wouldn't be a fucking wrestler." And just went on all this shit. It was very touching.
Nah, it's a roast. Come on.
What I think is Ric Flair was going to get his chance to roast afterwards, and he probably had some shit on Bully from back in the day that maybe wouldn't make Velvet so happy.
He just didn't want a receipt. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
All right, all right.
God damn, this is the longest fucking promo for a wrestler's return ever. The old My Sacrifice return packages weren't this long. My sacrifice.
So one thing, when I was in Nashville in December, I was pretty much working. I didn't get to go down to Broadway or really do anything too much down there.
Yeah, that's one thing that I want to do. Trailer Trash Tammy.
Drinking a Bud Light.
Yeah, we're going to blank that out real quick. Oh!
All right, so what's happening here? I mean, if they're gonna have some sort of unsanctioned fight, why wouldn't you still promote that?
What the fuck was the purpose of all of this shit? None of this makes any sense. Holy shit, it's Petey Williams. Canadian fucking destroyer, bro.
I hate that move.
And a hurricane.
So is that it? It was just a little fight that just...
God, why is he dressing like a gay Southern creamsicle? He looks like he's in a Doors tribute band. Yeah.
All right, that was all okay.
We're going until midnight at least, right?
Let's see. I haven't been updating my thing. I think we've got this match and the main event, and that's it. We've been through everything else. So yeah, SmackDown Championship and then WWE Universal Championship, and that's it. So we got another, it'll be before midnight, but I say that, but remembering how much garbage there is between matches.
Yep. God. Natalia is just living proof that women age like fine fucking wine. If you have money for the surgeries.
Yeah, isn't her sister like a YouTube star or something too?
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans? Oh, even better.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't mind spending $20 a month. And that's before the pay-per-views and everything like that they sell on their sites. But kudos to Natalia's sister, though. I forgot she used to be a little bit bigger than what she is now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Because the last time I saw her before that infamous Instagram picture, she was on an episode of Total Diva. She went on a blind date with Big E.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Speaking of Big E, it was nice to see him at the tryouts yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
To see him out and about, even if he's... And that WWE, he's obviously going to have a place in and with the WWE, even if he can't wrestle. Which...
Oh, dude.
Yeah. Welcome back, Ian, too. But yeah.
He could be a commentator. He could do whatever. I mean... He could be like WWE's Bruce Buffer. For like main events.
I mean, I don't know that there will be a better hype man for sure.
Oh, Tennessee. God, Ronda just used to be my like end all be all crush on life.
I like it. We're getting the.
By the way,
We're getting the baby face. They're actually putting. They're not going. Oh, Ronda's gonna get the bigger. She's the bigger star, so we'll put her entrance second. They're actually getting Liv because they know they got to know how big she is right now.
oh yeah. Also, I don't know if you have HBO Max or not.
I do.
Have you ever watched Harley Quinn?
I watched like the first half of the first season, and I it was hilarious. And I want to. I know they just released the. They're starting to release the third season now, right? So it's hilarious. It was hilarious, and I just for whatever reason I stopped watching it and I never started again. But
Just giving you a heads up, if you do continue watching and you get to the third season, prepare for the first episode to be extremely graphic.
All right.
And not in a violent sense.
Even better.
I love how she still wears Roddy's jacket to the ring.
Be interesting if, because Ronnie's daughter is becoming a wrestler. I don't know if you've seen that. Yeah. I think I followed her on Instagram or somewhere. Yeah, Ariel Toombs. Let me see.
I still can't believe she dated fucking Enzo.
No, it can't be Ariel. Maybe I'm wrong. I could have swore I saw.
Well, I thought that she would be older at this point anyways. Maybe his granddaughter.
Well, his youngest. Well, maybe it is a granddaughter.
That's an interesting placement for a zipper on those trunks. My God.
Yeah, they're all in their 30s. So, keep using the wrong.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Teal Piper made her in-ring debut. It's his daughter. In-ring debut
Oh shit!
back in August 2019 on AEW on All Out. The first All Out she was on.
Really?
Where she was part of the Casino Battle Royal.
Interesting.
And she was eliminated by Awesome Kong. She hasn't been on AEW TV since. She was working for WoW before COVID.
I just can't get
She's
over
been
that
training with Ronda Rousey in recent years.
Shit.
Yeah. This is an older article. This was before Rousey came back to WWE. But yeah. I knew I'd seen something about her wrestling. All right.
Dude, I love this computer chair.
Yeah, I've got mine set up to where it doesn't go all the way back, but I can set it up. This thing can lean. Oop. It's literally going so far back, I'm about to pull out my headphones. The riveting content on our live stream, us talking about how far we can lean back on our chairs.
I think mine goes back further. Oh, Jesus Christ, you had this.
It'd be great content if you fall over and hurt yourself.
You almost got your wish, because it happened for like a split second there. And my light flashed before my eyes.
Uh-oh. That was nice. I like that. All right. The way she rolled through and got to the ropes. All right.
Just those pants are screaming accident.
There we go. All right. Oh. Wow.
Whoa!
Wow. Okay. I like that. That's a unique finish. It was quick.
Yeah, that was.
It was a short match. But it doesn't bury Ronda, but Liv got her win. She held on to the title. Oh, she did tap before. Technically. I don't like that it was Ronda should have won but didn't. I'd rather it have been, all right, now's your heel turn.
Break that fucking arm, Ronda. Poor Paul Turner. Davari. Jamie Noble.
Yeah, I've liked it better when it was a legit pin, but the fact that
Hold on 1
she,
second. Oh, go ahead, keep going.
the fact that she tapped out, I'm not a fan of. I wish it'd been a Liv Morgan. Hey, that was a good move.
Yeah. Love you, bye.
Unless we're going into Clash of the Castle for a rematch. In which case, I'm better with it. I guess it depends on what happens next. Because it can continue to make Liv look like, well, she's still the underdog going into another match.
Man, are they really about to give Brock versus Roman an hour?
I don't think they're going to 12.
Think they'll be done around 11:30?
Yeah, I hope so. Remember how weird it was when I realized that because I think it was live on the show, on one of the recordings of our show, when I was looking up upcoming pay-per-views and I saw, okay, Clash at the Castle in a stadium, SummerSlam at a stadium, and then the month before that, Money in the Bank was supposed to be at Allegiant Stadium. I'm like, they're doing 3 stadium shows in a row? How?
Tried to do.
And they didn't even come close with Money in the Bank.
No.
Oh, God.
Some habits die hard.
He's like, well, I guess I gotta do it. Stadium show, you don't have a big set and you still can't get over 50? I don't know.
Yeah, that's not a good look. Especially, arguably, like, this is like your big 3 pay-per-view. One of your big 4 pay-per-views.
Yeah. Have you been listening to Nash's podcast?
Not gonna lie to you, I got 15 minutes into the first one, and he said the dumbest damn thing I've ever heard in my life, and I turned it off and haven't listened to it since.
What was he said?
So, full disclosure, Black Rifle Coffee is tied in with Hard AF. Now, I respect his military service, but don't say you know about firearms and then go into something about the caliber that shoots out of an AR-15 and saying that it's made for destruction. The caliber that comes out of an AR-15 is so stupid, they don't use it in the military because it's not good enough for war. And he tried saying that they don't use it in war because it's too violent. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here with that.
Well, you're missing out. It's been a great podcast. It's been a lot of fun. It's not always a lot of wrestling talk. It's a good change up to talk to a wrestler or listen to a wrestling podcast. It's not 100% about wrestling, but it's they talk
agree,
about Kevin. They went through his acting career in the most recent podcast, and there's a lot of fun stuff in there. And
no, I absolutely agree with that, but the second you start talking about things that are actually inaccurate, then I can't take anything else you're going to be saying in the rest of that podcast series. That's just me.
Gotcha.
Oh, why is my Peacock buffer?
Yeah.
God damn, I missed the WWE Network.
Right? Yeah, mine's doing it too. Oh, I got mine back, but it's just terrible quality.
Me too.
Oh, there it goes. Sorry, we still got like 10 minutes before the match starts, minimum.
All right, well, my old ass needs to go grab a Tums. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, the network was so much better than Peacock. I want the network back for America too. And I've got a VPN now, so I could probably use that to use the network instead of Peacock. We'll see. That means I'd have to pay for the network too. And there are things on Peacock aside from the wrestling that I like, so I don't know if I'd want to drop that. So it'd be more money, but
Man, they're really cock teased in theory.
and he did lose earlier tonight. He lost his U.S. title belt, so that can definitely happen here. That would fit the pattern of how these things work. Oh, they lose earlier tonight and cash in and become champion to end the night. Ian Tube says he wants the WWE Network back.
I agree with him on that.
I think we all do. And I was telling him I just got a VPN. So theoretically, I could use the VPN to access the network. But I also watch other stuff on Peacock, so I'd still have to pay for the network. And only be able to access it through my VPN. And then,
Just do the free version of Peacock.
It doesn't get you everything. There's an ad-supported tier, I think that's $4.99. But we'll see.
Interesting, they're doing that thing that we were talking about that we didn't like earlier.
Well, you're talking about the championship getting the champion getting the second entrance. I don't mind it when the champion is the first entrance. I was just thinking in that particular moment, it was Liv is going to get the bigger pop. And in this case, Brock's going to get the bigger pop, so you make him second. Because it's the actual title introductions in the ring is when they do the champion last.
Yeah. You know what Paul Heyman reminds me of?
What's that?
Violator from Spawn.
What?
Violator from Spawn.
From Spawn? It's been so long since I've seen that movie.
Violator is that little clown dude.
Oh, that John Leguizamo played.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It's been so long since I've seen that movie. I don't know if I remember how he looked more or less, but I don't remember much. I mean, it's John Leguizamo's personality, I guess, a little bit, but I don't remember too much about him or that movie at all. Yeah, when he beat The Rock, right? Was that 2002? 2004?
Yeah.
Or 2? It was 2002, wasn't it? When he beat The Rock at SummerSlam?
In 2002, he became the undisputed WWE champion. It was his first WWE championship.
It was 2002. All right. All right. 11:06. So now we got another 5 minutes of Brock walking down that long ass aisleway. The one drawback to not having the big stage.
Just out of curiosity, you gonna hop on the old Google machine. Wow. Do you want to hear how piss poor their attendance is at SummerSlam? During the NFL season, Nissan Stadium's capacity is 69,143.
Jeez. And they've got all those floor seats. Yep. All right.
The attendance record was set in 2021 at 69,489 in the Music City Bowl.
Like, it's still worth it to be in the stadium because it looks big. You can't see the empty seats, really. It looks big. It looks fantastic. And you're not going to fit that into an arena, even 45,000. No. So, it's worth it.
But with that said, though,
it's not.
Are good for.
It's still a success.
Stadiums aren't great for like events like Royal Rumble. You got these long ass walkways and.
Well, that's what was great about the baseball stadiums they were doing was the dugout wasn't that far from the ring, which would be about at the pitcher's mound. So. What the hell is this?
Oh, this is the first time he's in a.
Alright. I'd be scared if I was beside the stage or beside the entryway right now.
Hide the poor little kid wearing the Cena shirt. Was Lesnar just gonna mow the fucking ring down?
Just got to make a little hairpin turn coming up here. There we go.
Yeah, that's why he has the bucket up so high.
Yeah.
Oh, that's first off. You get these fucking drunk dum dums putting their hands on the wheel well.
So, how much you want to bet the finish of the match in the last man standing match? They're gonna get stuck below the bucket.
No, no.
They count to 10.
Listen, WWE's done some really dumb shit before in terms of safety. Fuck no. Fuck no.
No.
Hydraulics on those malfunction all the time. You're putting one of your two top stars in the worst amount of danger possible.
Okay.
When the bell rings, is Brock just gonna jump off the fucking bucket and take off Roman's head? Heyman looks extremely concerned.
Now hand to Paul. Hand it to Paul. Oh, nope. I thought they were going to have Paul do. He's getting ready. Damn, he landed hard in the back of his head.
Oh, you are way far away from me. Oh! Holy shit, yeah. Wow.
I refreshed the page, so I caught back up.
Yeah, I just did that. Roman just caught stairs.
Get your mic a little closer. It seemed to go down a little bit.
Roman just caught stairs on my end. Well, a couple seconds past it.
Oh, there's that girl that Kid Rock was making up. Look in the background. You'll see Kid Rock's girlfriend. Oh, my God. She's going nuts.
No, that's Trailer Trash Tammy. She's a social media influencer.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
I had no idea who she was.
Her shit is so funny.
Yeah. And hey, when did WWE get an attractive doctor, by the way? Not that that's how they should be.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. One of these things are not like the other.
Oof.
Roman is feeling a little concussed right now, I would imagine.
Well, I guess this is one way to kind of make it different. You do the last man standing match and just the entire match. Barely ever in the ring, unlike all the other matches they've had. You've had to figure out how to make Roman strong against, the invincible Brock and...
Nice little reversal.
Oof.
While you were gone getting food earlier, they ran a promo package for this match featuring Dana White.
Really?
Yeah, they got a Dana White interview.
Ooh, right into the
Oh, poor
cameraman.
kid, man.
I hope Stu's okay. Nice call, Cole. I like that. It's probably not even his name, but oof.
Oh my God.
Jesus. Lesnar, relax. Oh, more slipping.
Kayfabe, brother. Kayfabe. Holy shit.
Ugh.
Just made it seem like Roman tried to sandbag that one.
It's like I don't need him slinging me around that fast anymore. I'm landing so hard. Let me sandbag this one so I can at least not land on the floor that hard.
But it looked like it, right?
A little bit. I think it was more like the timing was just a little bit off, but Superman punch. Or no, all right.
No, Samoan drop.
Samoan drop, okay. Delilah. Hey, pretty girl. You sleeping over there? My fat cat. You can't even see my black one. He just apologized to a fan because he threw the stairs back and it nearly hit a fan.
Amber Alert out of Newport Richie.
Really?
Yep, Delilah Rager last seen on Executive Drive in a silver Lexus or Mercedes, it said.
Weird that I haven't gotten it yet and that it hasn't.
Wow, look at Brock's back. Holy shit.
He landed earlier. He took a bump after getting hit by the steel steps and he took a bump back onto the broken pieces of the table. So I think that's what cut him open. That's certainly what all the little.
Man, this is going to be a quick match, I have a feeling. They're really going at it.
I don't like where that.
I was just thinking the same
is.
thing. Maybe there's going to be a
That can be
bucket ending.
That can be fucked up. That can really take someone's. Hurt someone pretty bad there.
Brock almost cracked his fucking head on it right there. I feel so uncomfortable with the way that bucket's at.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, even Corey Graves just acknowledged it.
Oh, Ian, are you talking about the final Edge promo you thought was coming? All right, I'll check it out later.
No, come on. This is fucking so irresponsible if they let Brock do something with this fucking tractor. Oh, thank God.
It's still like if
Brock
they
has
do
some
any.
common sense.
Okay, they did. Ian, they did show that during the show. We saw that earlier. It did say tonight. Yeah, they showed that fairly early in the show.
It was after the first match. Dude, Brock's looking really good right now, too, though. What the fuck are they doing? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, at least you put the emergency brake back on.
But the bucket's even further in the ring now.
Please, God, no, don't do anything with that bucket.
Ugh.
No, no, no!
It's like 18 feet away, but it's just.
Yeah, but we also know that sometimes Brock Lesnar is like a giant bull-mastiff puppy dog that doesn't know how strong he is.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes he overshoots things. Case in point, the rear door of a Cadillac comes to mind. I think you're right. I think we're about to see a bucket spot where they're going to try and put it down top of somebody or something like that. Brock Lesnar getting PTSD flashbacks to UFC.
All right. All right, what's he
God damn
doing
it,
now?
actually going to do it. Roman, you better get your hand away from that rope, Bubba.
Whoa.
I've never seen anything like this before. Well, you can officially say that the Fiend isn't under the ring.
Right? He doesn't have ropes to hold him up, right?
So I don't know if you've ever helped set up a wrestling ring before,
I have not, but
but I definitely don't trust that.
no. No.
I'll just leave it at that.
They're the Usos.
No, man, Jay's getting fucking mauled. That was such a bad landing.
Ooh, yeah.
That was such a bad landing. Holy fuck. Paul Heyman throwing in the towel?
Can we get a draw?
No. Could you imagine spending all that money for a front row ramp ticket and not being able to see the action because of Brock Lesnar picking up the fucking ring with a tractor? Oh!
Oh boy.
Wait, so how's this working a last man standing match?
You get them both down. Is it a triple threat last man standing? How does that work? Knock them both out?
Dude, Reigns is selling like a motherfucker in this.
He didn't use the contract. He didn't cash it in yet.
Didn't cash it in. Ooh! Oh! Jay caught Brock on the back of the head on the way down. Dude, kudos to WWE. This is one of the better main events that they put on.
That should be it there. Damn.
Poor Theory.
Jeez.
That was questionable. That was questionable. That's gimmick infringement, brother. The he's not human. That's PCO. Wow. Well, if Brock versus Dean versus Roman taught us anything, Brock Lesnar's weakness is literally a table.
All right. Roman on top. No, Theory did not cash in, Ian. He came out, started to, and then he got his ass kicked. So he's still got the Money in the Bank briefcase. Did not cash in.
Kudos to Heyman, dude. He took that F5 like a champ. You know, that desktop might actually be pretty fucking heavy.
Yeah. Cameraman's actually going to walk under the ring for a second. I don't know if you should have done that, but...
That's like walking underneath a ladder. That's like bad luck.
So McIntyre and Reigns. What was that? Did you hear that? It like switched into Shield music for just like a quarter second.
No, I didn't hear that.
I swear to God, it happened. And then I don't know if it was the end of his music and it started going to a different track or something, and then they had to switch it back. But it played the dinner, and then it went back to his music.
What a match.
Yeah. That was good. That was a good pay-per-view.
Yeah, it was.
I think that was a pretty good pay-per-view. There wasn't a match that I think really shit the bed. They were all pretty good.
From Logan Paul versus Miz. The controversy is going to come out of Ronda versus Liv.
Yeah, that's definitely leading to more stuff in the future. You've got another stadium show coming up in the UK, and Liv Ronda.
Becky
too.
and Bianca with Bailey, Io Shirai, and Dakota Kai.
Are we gonna get a third face on the face team?
Charlotte.
You think she comes back as a babyface?
Reluctant partnership. She knows that if the three of them dispatch the other three, that puts her that much closer to being in contention for the championship.
Of course, we still got a couple other wild cards out there. One that might make sense to want to go against Bailey, and that would be a Sasha Banks if they're able to reconcile with her, which they're trying to do. So that might make sense there. Yeah, that was a pretty good show. I liked all of it.
I did too. Theory still has the money in the bank.
They're calling Io Shirai is now being called Io Sky. I didn't see that.
Oh my god.
I did not see that. I'll have to go back and double check that. Alright. Alright. Well, Ian, I don't know if you checked out our show before. It was off for a little bit. This was our first thing we've done back. We had some technical things I had to take care of, but the show's going to start back up every Sunday, starting not tomorrow, but the week after. So a week from tomorrow will be the 11th episode of the Buckle Bomb Show. With me and Tony, we'll be talking about all the news. There's a lot of stuff we got to really dive deep into and talk about and catch up on. So be on the lookout for that. Every Sunday afternoon, the show drops. We record it, and then I usually drop it pretty quick after that. Any last words, Tony?
Thank you guys for checking us out. If this is your first time, welcome. If you're coming back to us, welcome back. This is a new beginning, and I'm excited for it. It's almost like it's a new day.
Be on the lookout. We've got some stuff coming up with on the channel. Excuse me, my mind's going a little blank. We got some stuff coming up on the channel on Bomb Media Productions. We got Qualified Human coming out soon. I'm going to be starting to edit that very shortly here, and we'll start rolling out those episodes very soon. Tony's already made a few exciting interviews that we'll be putting together here. All right, every Sunday afternoon. Tony, it was a blast as always, buddy. Can't wait to do this again next week.
It was a pleasure. Absolutely. Just like riding a bicycle.
All right, see you later, guys. Thank you. Ian, thank you so much.
The preceding announcement has been paid for by Bomb Media Productions.